Theo Waite, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit, it has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source, because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Theo 8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really, really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Theo 8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we operate much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Theo8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess. And I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Theo 8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Theo 8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess. And I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Theo8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really, really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess. And I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Hello everyone! Our apologies for the delay of the stream. We still have to figure out there are some technical issues. As usual, on the first day, things are becoming a little bit unexpected and there's some troubles along the way, but thank God it's fixed now, and I am now streaming from Trondheim, Norway for the Lewis Chess Legends 2024. This is their first edition, and I'm so excited to be the host and commentator again for you guys for Lichess and the Lewis Chess Legends. And I think we are quite far behind the moves because we got everything sorted out right now. So I would try to catch up with all the introduction and all the information about this tournament along the way. So, but please let's get back to the tournament maybe, because, well, we are already starting about, let's say, 45 minutes ago. The first move has commenced about 45 minutes ago. And, well, this tournament, we have some general information about it. It's a 9-round Swiss tournament, and it is located in the Archbishop Palace in Trondheim, Norway. It is adjacent to the Nidaros Cathedral. It's a very, very beautiful and very historic cathedral in Trondheim. And the time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, and the players will get an additional 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and they will also have 30 seconds increment from move 1. And every day they will only play one standard game from August 6th to 14th, and the total prize fund is 28,400 euros. And well, I think without further ado, after the schedule, we have the same time for every round, every day, except the last round, because the last round we will have a closing ceremony, so the round will start 6 hours earlier actually than normally. And all the times shown here is in UTC time zone. But for the local time in Trondheim, Norway, every game will start at 17 p.m. So what time is it? Like 5 in the afternoon. And yeah, thanks for your patience for everyone, because we didn't expect there would be such a delay in the stream, in the main hall as well. But I'm finally here to provide all the games during the tournament, and we will have 12 DGT boards, so I can show everyone for the top 12 boards. And let's go to the first board. This is actually the most awaited player of the tournament. On the far end, oh, I think I caught him in a bad moment. He was yawning. Is Hammer. Yeah, John Ludwig Hammer is currently the first seeded of the tournament, and his current rating is 2596. But I believe he was close to 2700 at some point of his life. Like he's a very strong grandmaster still, but maybe not as active now as a player. And we know he's been streaming a lot and helping the Botas sisters too for the tournaments, for the preparation, and but now he's here playing in our tournament in the Lichess Legends. And actually, I'd like to also show you the whole main venue, because there's some history behind it. There is a ceremony in the playing hall. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I was told that it is a coronation room for the kings of Norway. So it is. If I tell you the whole story of this building and everything else, you'll be very amazed. And especially, I'm such a history nerd, so I really like to suck in all the information about where I am right now and how it is connected to the current royals and so on. And let's talk about the game first, because it's happened like quite a while ago. So here, John Ludwig Hammer, he's playing white pieces, and from what I see, it should be coming from Italian position, or Giochiano. So let's see from the start. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, bishop C5, and he's playing against Daniel Fischer. I don't know if this guy is related to the late Bobby Fischer or not, but it should be interesting. He's a young international master from Switzerland. And okay, let's continue. Castle, knight F6, D3, D6, and C3. So we see this Italian position. It's a quiet one. Yeah, I'm sure Hammer is capable on doing many openings. I mean, he has such a wide repertoire, and probably this is also one of the things in the open tournaments, when during the first round, when you don't really have much time to prepare beforehand, because usually before the first round, the pairings just went up about 30 minutes before the game, and you just want to play such a safe opening that you know well, and not to have like a theoretical battle in the opening, and then you just want to get over the opening as soon as you can, and then get into the middle game where things are happening. So maybe this is the strategy that Hammer is currently employing right now, because, well, his opponent already first round is already an IM. Actually, let me take a look. What is the rating of his opponent? Because it is, okay, Daniel Fischer from Switzerland. His current rating is 2371. So you might actually wonder why in the first round players are already getting stronger oppositions. It's because we are doing a FIDE Dutch accelerated systems pairing. So it gives you the opportunity to play stronger opponents in the earlier rounds. So from what I've learned about the accelerated pairings, okay, so a pool of players will be divided into two groups according to their ratings and according to their titles. And the last one is according to their alphabetical letters of their names. But of course, that would be like the least important. The most important one is the rating and the title. And then each pool, it has like the stronger pool and the weaker pool. And then the stronger pool, you just have to cut it down by half, and then they have their own pool. And then the weaker pool also cut it out by half, and then they will have their own opponents then. So that's how the accelerated pairings work. But I don't know the specialty of the Dutch accelerated pairings, because I've played in tournaments where they applied this type of pairings before, but I don't know the difference between Dutch and also there's Baku accelerated pairings, and probably there are some other more. I'm not aware. I'm not too aware of that, but well, at least with these accelerated pairings, we could enjoy like already a very strong battle starting from round number 1, because Hammer is 2595 and his opponent is 2371. So it's as if you already played in other open tournaments. It's as if you already played 2 rounds and then you scored 2 out of 2, and then on the third round you get to play against like, let's say 100 or 200 points below you. So here, okay, let's continue this game again. A6 and then A4. So again, in Italian, it's always a question now whether A6 is a better move than A5 or A5 is a better move than A6. And turns out in the modern chess, you can play anything. A6 is perfectly acceptable. A6 or A5 is they're fine. It's just according how which plan that you're going to play next. And here A6 is kind of like a bit old-fashioned, because back in the day, if you play A5, your opponent would think that you're an amateur. But of course, these days anything can happen. Chess evolves a lot, so A5 is perfectly acceptable move, and many grandmasters play it too. All right, so here, Hammer continued with A4, and then H6, and then Rook E1, and then Castle. Okay, so we pretty much see what to be done in the Italian position, and H3, Rook E8, and Knight D2, Bishop E6, and Bishop takes E6, Rook takes E6, and B4. Bishop A7. Okay, so it is a very interesting setup too, because, well, now I think White is facing 2 options of where this knight is going, because in the traditional Italian, you might want to put the knight to F1 and then G3, and then somehow you're having a good control over F5 square, and this is a, like, pretty much everything that you've learned in the Italian, right? You just want to maneuver your knight and then somehow get to the king and then trying to attack from the F5 square. And well, now there's also another option to put the knight to D5. I don't know whether this makes like really big or good difference, because as always, having the bishop here, you might want to try to open up the center. So maybe what I'm worried of after knight c4 is d5. And again, in every Lichess commentary with me and with my friends as well, and we are not really using the engine unless there's some complicated lines that requires our attention, and but I mean, this position is pretty much very, still very normal, very quiet, nothing much to calculate about. But yeah, at some point of the stream, I will turn the engine on when it is important to do it, just to check or double check our analysis. So yeah, what I'm worried of with this position is after d5 you take, and then okay, since the two knights are attacking the pawn like this and one rook, then you have to take it with the queen. And to be honest, since I'm playing this position for both white and black, I would prefer to play this position as black pieces, because it's somehow, I don't see any weaknesses in black's position. In fact, all the pieces are already developed, and only one piece is left, and then this rook is just about to get to d8, and everything is going to be perfect for black. So that's why I guess here Hammer had a long pause, and he's still not moving. So if you're actually looking at the camera, he's sitting on the far end of the camera, so he's not really sitting on the near end to the camera. So we can see that he is very concentrated right now. He's putting his hands over his head, because this is quite a critical moment, to be honest, because you have to come up with such a good plan. And additionally, in this position, well, a move like b5 looks really nice, because you just want to get the knight away out of c6, because, well, you want to put knight to c4, you want to create some problem over e5 without having to deal with the d5 option. But unfortunately, this will come with a tactic like this takes, and then, oh, actually this is, now I'm thinking that this might be what Hammer is considering, because bishop takes here, it looks like white is going to lose the rook on a1. But if you take this, rook takes, and then you take this knight, and then b takes c6, let's say, and then let's evaluate this position, yeah, because this is potentially the position that we might see on this game, because well, white is up, kind of up in exchange, not really in exchange, is 2 pieces for a rook, but black has additional 2 pawns for that. So how do we evaluate this? Like, who is better in this position? Because normally you would like to have 2 pieces actually over a rook, but here there are additional 2 pawns for such a trait. So which one that I'm going to pick, like here in white or black? I mean, it's tough call. And unfortunately we have a stream delay of 15 minutes, so I cannot really interact with the chat. I love to, actually, because Lichess community has been awesome, and the chats have been very, very supportive. So yeah, I don't know if I can get around the delay because that's the arbiter's privilege. And yeah, they told us to have a stream delay. I personally don't like the delay, but it's for the anti-cheating measures anyway. So okay, let's get back to the game. After bishop a7, oh, Hammer decided to play queen c2. And probably this is the right waiting move, because again, if you play knight c4, there's d5. If you play knight f1, this is possible as well, but you keep allowing d5 to happen. So, and yeah, and then it's putting pressure here. So okay, queen c2. How long did it take Hammer to play this move? Oh, quite a long time actually, right? Yeah, it's close to like what, 15 minutes? Yeah, exactly 15 minutes actually for queen c2. So he must be worrying about something in this position, yeah? First, of course, to come up with a plan, like where to put the knight, for example, where to put the bishop, because eventually the bishop on c1 has to move. You have to develop the pieces to continue this position. And probably what he is thinking is to put the bishop on b2. and keep the knight on d2 because d5 is coming, so you need some support over the center. And that way, you know, at some point in your life, then you can play b5 because the works will be connected and there wouldn't be some tactic along the diagonal of a7 g1 on f2 square. Wow, the opponent just played very quickly, knight e7, probably taking the advantage that hammer is not on the board. So yeah, I have the whole camera screen on my left side here that I can take a look all the cameras. It's like, you know, in a way I'm streaming, but on the other hand, it feels like I'm the security officer with the cameras where I can take a look at all the players. I can actually operate the cameras to move it like in many angles, like you can move it around 360 degrees. Yeah, all right. So 97 has been moved very quickly. And again, this is kind of like the other idea for black as well. So I was mentioning that this knight from b1, you can actually go to f1, g3, and f5. And on the other hand, black can also do the same thing. So black can put the knight to c6, e7, and g6, and with the idea to go to f4. And this is quite a crossroad as well. I think I remember I mentioned that the bishop might go to b2, but this will leave the control over the f4 square, because if the bishop on c1, you kind of discourage black to play knight g6, knight f4. So also additionally, knight e7 is a very popular idea in Italy and as black, because not only that you want to play knight g6 and then kind of attacking already and threatening a very good square f4, but also this is a preparation to play c6 followed by d5. So black is being patient here. Black doesn't want to push d5 immediately and take it with a piece, but maybe he's thinking to play c6, d5, so if any trade on d5, he can take it back with the pawn, and thus gives him a better center. So, yeah, this is interesting, and hammer is not back to the board yet. Well, he has quite some time on the clock. He still has more than an hour to do that. But yeah, while hammer is still not on the board yet, I think we can take a look at the board next to him. It's also another Norwegian Grandmaster playing black here, Forod. I played him, wait, how many times did I play him? Twice. Yes, I played him twice. Once was in Australia a few years back, where I was just kind of, I think it was a drawish position, or maybe I was having a worse end game, but in the end he made a blunder and I could win the game. It was such a lucky game for me. And on the second time, I think it was last year. Yeah, I think it was last year. I played a tournament in Norway. It was a Krieger Open. And in some of the rounds, I played against him. And in the game, we made a draw. I think I made another opening mistake, but he failed punish me in the opening. So the game went to quite an equalish endgame, and I managed to get a draw. Anyway, let's get to the game. Oh, his opponent is a pretty strong international master from Norwegia, Mats Fasby Ellingsen. Okay, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he play for Denmark before? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I mix it up with other players, but yeah, I will have to double check this fact. Okay, let's take a look. e4, e5. Oh, we have knight c3. Oh, are we going to see a Vienna here? So let's take a look. Knight f6, d4. Okay, this is interesting. You kind of like going into what do they call it? Like a central. It's not a gambit because you're gonna take it anyway, because the knight is already on c3, because usually with this central gambit, yeah, the knight is not on c3 and you can actually play c3 yourself after it takes d4 and then offering another pawn. But here, okay, this is a very interesting opening choice for the first round. Yeah, this is actually a very good thing in the FIDE accelerated pairing system, because you get to play stronger opponents starting from round number 1. I don't know, some players actually prefer to have like a normal Swiss pairing where you play you play the midfield. Like, for example, the first seed, let's say it's 100 people, yeah? The first seed will play against the 51st seed, and you can just keep going down like that. And then the second seed, 52nd seed, and things like that until hundreds. But here we don't do that. And I don't think players have warm-up games, because usually we, as a higher rated players, we like to have like a warm-up games in the first 1 or 2 rounds against lower rated opponents, well, it's not guaranteed that we will win, but sometimes, and most of the times actually, we would win the games. And then starting on the 3rd round and 4th round, we're gonna get against like same strength opponents, or even stronger opponents. But okay, let's come back to the game and see how things are. Knight c6, queen d3, bishop c5, bishop f4. Ooh, I remember I had also this game. I was black. I played bishop c5, and then there is some trick in this position that if you play bishop g5, you can play bishop f2 here. And then, of course, if you take, there's knight check here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can go here and takes, and then play h4, something like that. Yeah, and then... Okay, let me try to remember. Because this knight is kind of hanging, so I think you can play queen here. Because if you play queen here, there is there is h5. Oh, but you can put it. But you can put the queen on e6. It's no problem. It's just okay. It's kind of a bit problematic if you don't know the theory well. And I think you can tell that I don't know my theory well. I still have to try to guess in the dark here what to do. But it's something like this. I'm sure bishop f2 was the move, but then I forgot the continuation after like h3, h4, because you have to keep protecting the knight on g4. But at the same time, it is a very interesting position as well, because it looks like white is just giving up a pawn on f2, missing the tactic. But there's actually a cool line in this variation for white, although objectively it's better for black, but black has to know what he's doing. So we don't go to that, because in this position after bishop c5, Mads went for bishop f4, and here Forod just played d6, a normal move. You just want to develop your bishop on c8, and at the same time you're protecting the center, and your bishop is pretty good here on c5. And long castle, bishop takes f2. Okay, so he's taking the dangerous road actually, because okay, this is now kind of like a gambit. Bishop takes f2, knight f3. So the idea of this position is, of course, that white is giving up a pawn in order to get activity, especially the king on e8 is still in the center. And if black decides to put the king on the short side to castle, then white knows what to do. He will just attack the king side. And no, this game is going to be very interesting. All right, bishop e6, because the bishop has nothing to do again on f2. Bishop g5 and h6, bishop h4, and now castle. Oh, black is playing with fire here. King b1. Okay, I like this move. I always like such a move, old-fashioned prophylactic move where you actually want to attack, but you kind of like prepare for anything that can happen, especially towards your king. You want to reject all the ideas that okay, the bishop can give a check to this to the e3 square or anything on that diagonal. The king is better on b1 anyway, and also it's a good waiting move, because naturally I would like to get this bishop moving, and connect the rooks. But okay, in this position, you want to attack the king on g8, right? So a move like h3 must have crossed your mind because you want to play h3, g4, open up the g file. But okay, thanks to this bishop, the rook cannot go to g1 yet. So there are a few things to think about here. But I definitely like Mutt's opening choice here because in my experience, yeah, this is a perfect opening choice against a stronger opposition because it's like you have your chance to attack, especially if you are naturally an attacker player. You always like to play this position and you're gambiting one pawn for activities. And okay, knight d5 is coming, by the way. Yeah, knight d5 is coming. What else is coming here? Okay, apart from h3, g4. So okay, let's take a look from the black's perspective because we also have to think about how black can defend this position, right? Okay, let me think. Do I dare to play g5 at some point? Because this type of pin is kind of annoying. But by doing so, it's also weakening the king. So I have a mixed feeling about that. And take a look at the time management. White has 1 hour and 22 minutes while black has 56 minutes. So the times should tell something about this game, right? That white may be still within his preparation while black is playing according to his calculation maybe. So it's kind of hard actually because if you're playing against your opponent's preparation and especially if you're not really familiar with this type of position, then you have to figure everything out on the board. It requires more time, more energy, and some benefit of doubts too, because you're not sure whether what you calculate is the right ones or not, or maybe you're missing something. Because whenever it happens to me, yeah, I would always have this type of feeling that, oh, I've been trying to calculate as well as I could, but there's always some doubt in my calculation, like, do I miss anything? Do I miss something? Because in many games it happened. So, well, I'm sure this game will be interesting and we can take a look at this position later. What is Hammer bringing to the board? Am I seeing some toast? Is that his lunch? Okay. Oh, maybe the reason why he's coming late to the board, I mean, after his opponent's last move is maybe he hasn't had his lunch yet, or maybe he's just purely hungry. Okay. And what do we have next? Let's go to the next board. Ooh, next board we have one rising star from India. Safita Shri is playing with black pieces against international master from Finland, Toivo Kananen. And let me check the camera. Okay, the cameras still are not moving yet. I don't know why. Let me check it because it hasn't been set up yet. Okay, sorry. I will attend to that later. So what do we have in this position? d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, c4, d5, g3. Oh, we have a Catalan. Bishop e7, bishop g2, castle, queen c2, d takes c4, queen takes c4, knight bd7. So they're entering the classical Catalan variation here with knight bd7. And actually, knight bd7 might not be one of the classical main line because I remember, yeah, you play a6 and b5 and then you get bishop to b7, something like that. Yeah, so probably if we want to really be classical, it has to be like a6 like this, and then sorry, b5, and then here, and then bishop here. And then you kind of like, okay, there's some professional grandmaster drawing line by playing bishop here and then bishop d5 after queen b frequency too. Okay, but we're not going to see that because knight b d7 is on the board and castle c5, rook d1, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and queen b6. So, and this is what is currently on the board right now. And I think, I'm sorry, but I have to fix the cameras right now. I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Theo 8, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really, really happy about it.
I'm Fischer. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess. And I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Hello and welcome back. And as promised, I just fixed all the cameras, but our star on the third board, Safita Sri, is not on the board right now. She gets up and we'll see her soon. So what's interesting about this tournament is we have an equal prize money for both open and women's section. Well, there are no women's section. Everyone is playing in the same section, but there are special prizes for women. And also in this tournament is also a tournament for the Group Nordic Senior Championship. The Nordic Senior Championship and also the Louis Chess Legends under 2200. So there are also special prizes for those groups. And okay, without further ado, let's take a look at the game again, because we left it after Queen b6 here, and both players have quite equal time management with 1 hour and 5 minutes left on the clock. And what can we say about Queen b6? To be honest, I'm not too familiar with this move because I always like to get my pieces up and running. And Queen b6 is, it could be, a preparation from Safita that a bit unusual, but white here has to be careful. And knight c3 is coming. So probably preparing for bishop c5, because after bishop c5 there's knight a4, and I don't think you would like to do that as black. What else? I'm so itchy to get this bishop out, but how to do that? That's the question. Do I start with knight e5, let's say, and then slowly move the bishop to d7 and then to c6 like that? Also maybe bring the rook to d8. I mean, in my opinion, here black has more problems in the position compared to white. So, especially the developing pieces are not enough yet compared to white's position. And here after knight c3, you know, white might even think to play bishop e3 and then trying to sacrifice this, which I don't think it's very important at all. The pawn on b2, you can just take it, but white is enjoying a really good position here because everything is out. So yeah, so I just realized that Safita is back to the board, and you can see her on the corner right to the camera. That's her playing with Toivo Kananen. Oh, I would like to give you the visual of the venue as well. So let's get to the lower board because that's where I set it for, and see our dear friend Eric Rosen is also in the tournament, and he's currently streaming on his own channel, but currently managed by Jonathan Schranz. So shout out to Jonathan, and let's see how he's doing. Where's Eric? Oh, board 13. Okay, let's do that. And do I have the camera for him? I don't really have. But you can see that this is the playing hall of Group A. There's also another playing hall for Group B on different room, and this is the room that I was talking about earlier. That back in the day, this room was used to coronate the kings of Norway. Of course, the ceremony or the bigger, how do you call it actually? It may be ceremony, like the bigger ceremony. I think it was held in the Nidaros Cathedral, adjacent to this palace. But this room, this one was the coronation room. And the room that I am right now, oh, by the way, the background is real. So I can just touch it. This is a real. I mean, this is the wall of the stone. So maybe if we can see some stone wall variation happening in this tournament, it would be quite interesting. So I'm currently kind of like underground right now. Where I am is adjacent to the museum. Yes, they have a museum here of the artillery and stuff. And also, talking about the Lewis Chess Legends, the name for this tournament, I think some of you might wonder, like, why this tournament is called Lewis Chess Legends? Because I think some of you are also familiar with the Lewis chess pieces. Well, the thing is, the historians suggest that those pieces were designed by the people from this cathedral, from the Nidaros Cathedral in Trondheim. Because back in the day, in the medieval age, around year of 1000 to 1100, Trondheim was the biggest supplier of the walrus tusk. So the teeth of the walrus, I think it's endangered species right now. They were sold very highly back then, and you made a chess pieces, like a set of chess pieces out of their tusks. And then in about year of 1800, those pieces were found in the Lewis Chess Islands in Scotland. But the history could be traced back to this city, Trondheim, and actually to this place, because the designer, how do you call it? Not the designer. Let me just read so that I can deliver the fact. Yeah. Okay. For all of you who would like to discover the history as well, you can head over directly to the official website, lewischesslegends.com, and there you will find like a very detailed history about the chess pieces. So I'm just going to read you a few lines here. The Lewis chess pieces were discovered on the Isle of Lewis in Scotland in 1831. However, it's uncertain where they are from or how they got to the island. The leading theory suggests that they were made in Trondheim, located in the heart of Norway around 1150 to 1200 years. I mean, that's so long ago. It was like what, 1200 years ago. Ooh. There are several reasons for this. Firstly, Trondheim was the center for walrus ivory carving in the Middle Ages. Secondly, a fragment of a queen piece is similar. Secondly, a fragment of a queen piece in a similar style was found in a local church. Finally, the faces on decoration of the chess pieces resemble carvings found in the Nidaros Cathedral. Yeah, so this is like quite a big complex of the cathedral. Like the Nidaros Cathedral itself was built about 1,400 years ago. And adjacent to it is this palace, the Archbishop Palace, and next to this as well, there's a few museums. And I think they're also showing the pieces themselves. Like I have yet to visit the museum, but I will. One of these days I will go to see it with my own eyes. All right, back to the game. Our friend Eric Rosen is playing with white pieces here. From what I can see, this should be a London position. Okay, that's interesting because usually he only plays London in the online games, but here he's playing on the real game, like on the board game. So yeah, I cannot have control over this camera to see where he is, but let's take a look at the game, yeah? How he did it. So d4, he started with d4. Knight f6, bishop f4, d5, e3, e6, knight f3, bishop d6, knight e5, castle, and knight d2. So, pretty much one of the bad lines by Eric. I think our viewers must have known that I think 95% of his games as white online games are London. So yeah, he must have played this position like 1,000 times maybe. c3, queen c7, bishop d3, knight bd7, and knight f3. So you're playing in the center here. You already post your knight on e5. You have to guard it with all your life because you cannot afford of losing a pawn there. But what I like about this position as well is, or this variation is white, because to be honest, I'm playing both colors here. I'm playing white. I'm playing London as white, and also oftentimes I'm also playing against London. Here, white signifies something, that white wants to attack the king. You see how Eric is delaying his king to castle, and it still is on e1. He already has this idea, you know, he already has this plan that he wants to attack the black king. This is what I could tell from how many moves already? From 9 moves of the game. So let's take a look how the game's unfolding. So c4. Do I like c4? Yeah, usually as a London player, I think you'd be happy to see c4 because it means after bishop c2 you can focus your attention to build like queen e2, e4 at some point, maybe not immediately, but at some point e4 is already there as an additional idea or plan, which I don't think it's happening if your pawn is still on c5, because if you have e4 here, black will just take on d4, takes, and this free c file is going to be the gateway for black's pieces to enter white's territory. So when black decided to stop it or to close it by playing c4, bishop c2, I think Eric is kind of happy because this is all his intention anyway, that he wants to attack on the king side, but he also is reserving the e4 idea to happen at some point on the game. So okay, b5, it's a very logical continuation. Usually after c4 you want to create some attack on the queen side with all the space advantage that you have, and yeah, like a5 is coming, b4, because I think black is aware that white is going to attack on the other side, so you have to make a counter attack on the queen side. So it's pretty much what is going to happen now. h4, wow. So yeah, Eric is not being shy. He's just going for, okay, let's go for h4. Let's go for g4. Maybe a rook lift. And this is a very typical idea as well. A rook lift to h3 to g3. And we've seen so many games like that by Richard Rapport too. I mean, well, he's always up for some creative games and creative ideas. And such a rook lift is always interesting to see in the London system. Rook b8 and h5, h6, and now g4. Yeah, I have a mixed feeling about this pawn h6 because I would actually let this pawn to go to h6 itself, because after h6 I'll just play g6 and the position around of the black king is kind of close, and I think that's a preferred way, because again, I remember the old principle that whenever you push a pawn around your king, you're creating a concession or a weakness around your king. Not to mention that white's pieces are, to be honest, it feels like white's pieces are ready to attack anyway. So by playing h6, it's just inviting some counter on g5 square. So that's why g4 is totally reasonable. I think if it was a blitz game, I would play it in a heartbeat. But of course, since it is a standard game, I would try to calculate and try to predict what is the best continuation for my opponent. And here, black player, he played knight e4. Okay, I'm not trying to attempt to pronounce his name, because I'm sure I'm going to I'm going to butcher it. All right, what's his opponent's name? Jens Kjolberg. I'm sorry for my pronunciation for all the Norwegian viewers, but I hopefully I'm pronouncing it right, because yeah, there is a bigger chance that I'm pronouncing it wrongly instead of being right. So anyway, let's see it again. Knight e4 and here rook g1. Interesting. One thing to consider in this position is whether white can push the g pawn immediately by playing g5, because I mean that looks natural, of course, but I think I agree with Eric here that you are not in any hurry to push that pawn yet, and rook g1 is another logical continuation, because you just want to open the g file and then you want to of course preparing for g5 move. And here the opponent decided to play f6 to stop g5 and at the same time attacking the knight on e5. Okay, this is going to be spicy, because this is another thing, right, about pushing your pawn around the king. And then who says that you shouldn't push your f pawn? Is it Grandmaster Ben Feingold? Yeah, probably. If this game is won by white, I don't know. You know that Eric is doing his recap game, so maybe he would mention about Ben Feingold. I'm not going to jinx it, but yeah, maybe if he wins, he's gonna mention about the importance not to push your f pawn if your king is castling in the short side. Because now after f6, white has a very beautiful outpost on g6. Look at the knight on g6. Yeah, outpost. Okay, so talk about some chess term there. Outpost is usually done by your minor pieces, knights or bishop, and it's usually protected by your pawn on the 3rd or 6th rank, depending which color that you're playing for. And in this position, of course, if you're playing white, the 6th rank is a really good rank for your outpost. And one important detail about outpost is your minor piece cannot be attacked by your opponent's pawn. So that's why knight g6 is perfect, because that knight cannot be attacked by any of the pawns of blacks, because all those pawns, the f pawn and the h pawn, they already moved. So the only thing that can challenge that knight is the other pieces, the knights or the bishop, the light square bishop, or maybe some sacrifice with the rook, I don't know. Because the game is still going on, and we can also see the time management here by Eric, 1 hour and 16 minutes. I think he's enjoying his London a lot in this position. He's not taking so much time to play his moves, and Okay, Jens Jorth, he just played rook e8. Okay, talking about Jorth, this middle name, um, he has a name of a very strong player, Greg Jorth from Australia, which there was a memorial tournament of him that I won one of back in the day. I cannot remember the year. I think it was during COVID or maybe it was before. No, I cannot remember. And yeah, I don't know if they have any relation. But all right, rook e8 is on the board. I'm liking white's position here, but of course it's still not easy for both sides because all the pieces, all the pawns are still on the board. And as usual, if all the pieces and the pawns are still on the board, it gives you headache, right? Because you have so many things to think about, like, oh, my knight is here, your opponent's knight is there, the queen is here, all the pawns, don't forget about the pawns, and rook e8 here is preparing for e5 thrust. And how do we deal about this actually? Because it's something that you have to think about, because this e5 idea is a very serious idea. Like if you don't know, maybe it is not as serious now because the pawn on d5 is hanging. Okay, let's say I play some waiting move, and I think I should actually making some waiting move here. What about king f1? I think it should be a useful waiting move. What do you think? Because you are stepping aside from the center, because okay, you never know what this rook can do, right? Because when you're opening the center, okay, your king might be in danger, but king f1, I think I like it. It's a good waiting move because I don't see the prospect of the king being castled on the long side. It looks good. Optically, it looks good, but it will also be prone to attacks on the queen side, like a5, b4 is coming, and then I think the king is safer. It's actually safer on e1 right now, but let's make it a bit more safe on f1. So king f1, I like this idea. And let me just show you the idea of e5. Probably it's not the best time for black to do that, because after takes here, queen takes here, and then this is going to be lost. So probably after king f1, black might do something like bishop b7 first, and now e5 is a serious threat here. White has to do something about it. I'm not going to be surprised if Eric decides to take something like this, takes, and then put the knight on h4, and then probably put f4, and then, you know, still try to attack, because I think white is still in a better position due to all the pieces allocation. The knight on g6 is, of course, I think one of the best pieces that white has in this position. And if we compare these two bishops, I think, of course, the white bishop is better on c2. Oh, not only to f4, but this is also going to f3 and then hitting the knight. So, knowing Eric, this might happen actually. Okay, let's come back. Oh no, he played knight d2. This just happened. Knight d2. Do I like this move? Maybe. I'm one of those players who, if I'm attacking, I don't like to exchange pieces. But I think this exchange is acceptable because you'd like to get your bishop moving. Well, not really moving. The bishop is really good on c2. But what I meant is to get the bishop a good control over this diagonal, and this knight is the obstacle. So you just have to remove this obstacle. Like if knight doesn't want to take on d2, you have this f3. So everything is good. But of course in this position, again, e5 has to be considered. Is e5 a move here? No, I'm feeling a bit uneasy about this position, because e5, because if you take this, I'm gonna take the oops, sorry. I like to have my headset on. Yeah, so if this happen, I like to take the bishop on f4. And if you take this, it doesn't matter. Now having the king on the center is shaky. So, is there anything else that white can do after e5? Okay, what about taking this? Or what about not doing anything at all? But where? The bishop has to move. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, this is all about calculation for sure. There's so many things to calculate because there are so many things to be captured. Like you can capture with the pawn, you can capture with the knight, bishop, or whatever, yeah? So maybe, what about bishop takes here? Because if you take this, okay, you give me a pawn. I think this is a very, very important pawn that you cannot miss. So you might want to take it with the pawn like this. But then it gives me... It gives me a time to take on e5. And depends on how you take it back. There is knight here and then... Oh, this is messy. This is messy. I don't know why white is risking all that. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's gain a better understanding out of his position by checking the engine. I don't know if my e-file bar is going to show on the stream. It is not showing on the stream. Okay, it will be... I'll fix it sometime later. Anyway. Actually, can I edit on the stream? Of course I can, right? Oh, what happened to the camera? Oh no. What is this? My camera is dropped down. No? Whose camera is this? Okay. No, I don't see... Okay, let me... I have to... I think I have to fix it again, but let's wrap up our analysis on Eric's game. And then we can take a look what's happening actually. Okay, there you go. I'm just gonna show a little bit of the eval bar. So white is actually pretty good here, yeah. Ooh, what the computer suggests. Okay, after rook e8, not knight d2, it's a3. So you actually just wait like that and then stopping b4. But okay, what happened was knight d2. Yeah, see, I don't like this move. Is my move better, king f1? I don't, to be honest, I'm not sure. Nah, it's also pretty bad. But okay, it's potato patata. Because this position is quite complicated, to be honest. Let's say, okay, knight d2, bishop b7. Okay, so black missed his chance to play b4 right away, because now you can take on d6 like this, knight takes d6, and f4. Yeah, this I think is the idea. And you kind of like, well, not really stopping e5, but at least you try to discourage it, because if this happens, fe5, fe5, then knight f3. Is my camera still not working? I cannot. Which camera is this? Okay, I'll fix it. What about 5 and 6? Also, oh, something is wrong. What? Okay, I have to fix it at some point, maybe during the break. Okay, do we have a game from the first board? Let's take a look. Oh, black is currently better. And yeah. Okay, I think I understand what is going on right now. Let's try to fix it manually. Okay. What is happening? Yeah. Okay, I have to fix the cameras again, so I will put you on a short break. Hello and welcome back. Okay, so for some time I have to stream without the live cameras from the playing hall, unfortunately, until it got fixed. But let's keep enjoying the games. And okay, so Hammer has made a few developments here in his game. So let's take a look. What was the last move that we saw? I think it was knight e7, and then d4, and then knight g6, d5. So yeah, I don't like this knight e7. Actually, I liked it, but now when I see d4, it just allows a white to have quite a space advantage on the queen side, because now after d5 and then rook goes back, and then knight c4 has a very good square over there, and then just waiting for bishop e3 to happen at some point, which happening now. I know the computer likes black better in this position. It shows like it's minus 0.3, but I think in practical game it is hard to decide whether this is better for black, because I like white's position, because in the long run you can tell that this pawn, if it's not being pushed, is gonna be a liability along with this pawn on a6. So there's always some drawback having such a pawn like that backward pawns, we call it. So yeah, this is the current position, and how do I see this one? I mean, Hammer is still behind in the clock, but yeah, the position is not too complicated for him. Like he can totally play a few moves just to get to the time control, and I just see it from the other screen. I still cannot bring the camera to our stream yet, but yeah, Hammer just moved, and it's knight fd2. What potentially can be the idea here? Okay. So this leaves its pose attacking e5, but now what about d5? If d5 happens, what's gonna happen? Takes, and then knight has to move. Where does the knight go? Should the knight go here? Okay, but this looks now a bit scarier with these two pawns in the center. It feels like, and okay, the knight can go to f4. Only this rook is a little bit misplaced, but otherwise black should be fine. Yeah, sorry, I'm changing my favorite from black to white constantly, because yeah, somehow this position looks easier to play as black. Yeah, all right, so knight fd2 is still on the board, and Daniel here with black pieces, he's still thinking on what to do next. I'm sure he's considering about d5, because that looks like the most natural move on the board. Yeah. Wait, I don't see. Okay, let's come back to the other games. Oh, actually, I would also like to show one game by our Nordic queen. I mean, she deserves the title. Pia Kramling is playing in this tournament as well, and she is. Hang on, if I can get her. Okay, here we go. She's playing on both 19 on Lichess, but on the ranking, I think she's on other boards. Yeah, on the pairing list, she's on board 14. So she's playing against a Norwegian FIDE master, Alexander. Oh gosh, Oy Stromberg. I don't know if there is a zero that has a slash in it. How do I pronounce it? Okay, hopefully I'm not too far off from the right pronunciation. All right, Alexander. Let's just call him Alexander. And Pia is always a Sicilian player. Amazing, a Sicilian player. She's always being very consistent in her opening repertoire. So takes e6 and knight c3 a6, bishop e3, knight f6, and bishop e2. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, this type of position after knight c3, knight f6, a good friend of mine, grandmaster from Vietnam, Lee Quang Liam, has his own course on it. But now with the inclusion of a6, I'm not sure whether this can still be like in the 4 knights variation, because technically speaking, there are 4 knights already out on the board. Bishop e2, bishop b4, knight c6 takes, and e5, and bishop d2. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, and then bishop c5. Bishop d3 and queen c7. Okay, so this is the position, and okay, Pia is trying to attack this pawn on e5. Of course, I think the standard reaction would be f4, but you would be facing some difficulty in trying to castle, so I guess queen e2 is a wiser decision anyway. You still want to castle short side now and probably putting your king to h1 before playing f4 and trying to attack on the king side. But now with the 2 knights being exchanged already on the board, and probably what Pia is going or trying to do is probably trying to exchange this bishop to a6 in the near future. So a5, it's kind of a preparation move. Probably she would put it on queen a7 or queen b6 to help bishop goes to a6, probably a7. Because if b6, then there might be some castle, and then rook goes to b1, attacking the queen. Okay, this is quite a long-term plan, but this could be one of her ideas, because, well, this bishop is one of the best pieces on the board for white right now. It is attacking to h7, and if you don't annihilate this bishop, this can potentially be a dangerous piece on the board. So a5, I like this move. So let's say castle here. This is a very logical move, and I think it's objectively also a good move. Maybe castle first. Castle. In this type of position, you also want to consider a move like f5. Because you want to open up the position from the f-file like that, and if this pawn is actually a troubling pawn, because if there's no this pawn, you can play d5 without any worries of en passant, which is not very bad actually if it happened for black. So Pia totally has quite an option here after castle, because I'm pretty sure that castle will happen in this position. But her opponent is still thinking after f5, so we can leave it for a bit, and meanwhile we can switch to her husband, who is also playing in this tournament, Grandmaster Juan Manuel Bellan, who is also, they are the parents of Anna Krumling, who is not here with us actually, but shout out to Anna. Hopefully we can have her for next year. And let's see how this game goes. So d4, d5, knight f3, f5, and bishop f4. So how do we make of this position? This kind of like a stone wall, but with a twist. Okay, Knight f6, e3, e6, h3, and b6, c3, bishop d6, and knight e5. In a way, it looks like a London, but the difference is now the pawn is on f5. Okay, bishop e5, takes, and castle, knight d2. c5 and g4. Whoa, I really like white spirit. Like, come on, let's go, attack. g4 is already on the board. It's gonna be very dangerous if black takes it, because after takes, and then ooh, this rook is already hitting to h7. Bishop gonna come to d3. But what is happening after g4? Knight e4. Knight e4, g takes f5, knight c6. Wow, so black is like gambiting a pawn here in order... No, actually, is it really a gambit? Maybe not. Because this pawn is hanging, but because of that, Juan played knight takes e4. Yeah, eliminating that knight, that's dangerous, knight on e4. And after d e4, bishop c4. Okay. And after takes here, bishop g3. He's playing such a principled chess. Knight f5 and bishop comes back to e2. No, this pawn on e4, it's gonna be like a long-term liability for black. Sooner or later, it's gonna be taken. cd4 and queen takes d4. Okay, very principled. Just go to the endgame and yeah, eliminating all the risky lines, because whenever the queens are traded, it's easier for white to keep playing. Actually, in this position, even if you take with the c pawn, I think white is still standing better. I know the king is still in the center, and probably that is one of the big reasons why Juan took the pawn with the queen, is because you just don't want to deal with any sort of attacks anymore, and you just want to enjoy your long-term advantage, having your opponent's pawn on e4 and e6 like this. Not to mention that you have a pair of bishops that you can play it around, because this is like quite an open position for the bishops, like many good diagonals for the bishops. So queen takes d4 is already on the board, and let's see if we have some updates from other games, because there's so many interesting games in this tournament happening on the first round already, which is quite a surprise, right? Because usually you can only watch quite a strong oppositions in the third or fourth round, but thanks to the extra system pairing, we are already seeing like quite very strong oppositions since the first round. And I just saw it from the camera next to me. There's some moves on the second board between Mats Vespielingsen and Frodo or Kudal. So this was coming from a pseudo Vienna central gambit type of position, and I think we left it until King B1. Yeah, I mentioned that this was quite a prophylactic principled move that I really like. And after bishop e6, another normal move by black, and here knight d5. So regardless what's happening, I think white is thinking, I'm gonna play knight d5 anyway, even if you put your bishop on e6. And this happens, bishop takes d5, e takes d5, knight e5, another trade. And usually in the chess principle, when you're attacking, you don't want to exchange pieces, because that's just going to reduce the danger of your attack. But I think this comes with a cost for black, because obviously black would like to reduce the number of the pieces, but then queen f5 is coming, and now this e pawn is kind of hanging. What to do with it? Because on the contrary to the normal stigma of opposite colored bishop, it is actually a very dangerous type of position if you're playing it in the middle game. Why I'm telling you about the opposite colored bishop? Because there's some potential that this game could go to that theme. While, let's say, queen goes to d6, protecting e5, and then you can take this, takes this, takes this, takes this. White is still down a pawn, but this position is very dangerous. After bishop d3, I don't know. I think I would prefer to play as white in this position. But anything can still up in the air, because, of course, you are not forced to take the knight immediately on f6. You can just play something else first after queen d6. After queen d6, or probably now is a good time to play bishop d3 first without taking on f6. And oh, this is dangerous. It's totally dangerous because the next move could be knight being captured on f6 and queen h7 is a checkmate. So probably you have to give back your pawn by playing e4. But now, instead of taking this pawn, I think we can take this pawn. Okay, this is going to be quite spicy. Okay, what happened after this? What happened after this? Now we are seeing two bishops of the same color, but one bishop is superior than the other one. Let's say we pull back the bishop to c3. Okay, let's say you also want to maintain your material advantage. I think you have to take c2. And how do we take it back? With the king or with the queen? Because even though white is down a pawn, I mean there's still some alive to hope for, especially that the bishop on c3 is directing to g7 like that. So let's say we take it with the queen, right? Still not easy, but I guess this is actually a more like a preferred way of continuing for black, because it's always some good side or some plus side for black. Whenever there's a trade, you know, then the attack would kind of diminish a little bit. So queen f5, I like queen d6. The critical line should be to calculate bishop e4 here, followed by e4, and then after bishop takes f6, you have to take the d3 bishop, because if you're attacking this one, oh, this is going to be quite a dangerous position for black, because now you have to stop it with g6, but here comes the pawn, h4, h5, and positionally speaking, only white is playing for a win in this position. So therefore, Forod is being very careful here. We can see that he's thinking hard, but what's interesting is the time management. Mats Fasby Ellingson was ahead in his clock before by 20 minutes or so, but now he's down. So I'm just wondering which moment of his game that he takes such a long time to think. Oh, this one, knight d5. Okay, this is such a long decision for him. He takes what, 40 minutes to think for this move. That's a lot of minutes. Wow. Okay. So hopefully he's not gonna be pausing so much, because if he spends like okay, this is not happening yet. Queen f5 is still on the board. If he spent like 40 minutes for such a move like that, he must have calculated many things. And I just saw from the corner of my eyes, Forod just played something. Oh, instead of queen d6, he played queen d7. That's making a lot of sense. Again, principle of defending: when you're being attacked, you just want to keep exchanging the pieces, especially the most powerful piece on the board. And I have to put the stream on a little break again, because I guess my cameras is going to be fixed soon. So see you in a minute. Hello, and we are back. And there are some moves happening already on the game between Mats Vesby Ellingson versus Forod. Well, let me remind you again. This is Norway. As you can see, it's 7:34 in the evening right now, and it's still bright outside because the sun sets around 11 and the sun rises around 4, I guess, or even before 4. So we have longer days in the summer, and there's, yeah, around this hour, outside is still pretty bright. But unfortunately, I'm streaming from underground, and next to me are quite the museum and some burial sites. So and I'm alone here, so I can only depending on your community. I mean, your company, the Lichess community, to keep me brave because it's getting dark here in the underground, but the games are actually getting more interesting and exciting. So let's get to that. And I saw some moves happening in this game. Let's go to the game, because after Queen F5 we saw move Queen D7, and you took. Oh, okay, this is interesting, because normally you would like to keep the queen on the boards unless you see a concrete advantage to get after the queen straight. So what is the plus side that white is getting after the queen straight? I'm still wondering. Okay, bishop b5. Yeah, bear in mind, white is still down a pawn, so white has to be careful not to succumb into a worse endgame. And now after knight c5, bishop e7. Okay, rook has to go to c8. Rook here. Okay, I can see why white is choosing to play this line. It's because it's because all the pieces are out there, and then there's a big chance that you're gonna get your pawn back, because the e5 pawn is kind of hanging. So okay, but first of all, we have to think about this bishop. Where does this bishop go? Let's say the bishop pulls back to f1 like this, and you would like to protect this pawn, maybe by playing here. Maybe that is why it's better to put the bishop on c4. Yeah, because if bishop goes to c4 here. Okay, so white player hasn't moved yet. He's still thinking, but I'm sure he's considering bishop c4. Because after f6 here, you have this discovery with d6 check, and the king has to move. Where does the king move? King h7, king h8, king h7, let's say, and d7, and at the very least, you're going to win an exchange up. So therefore, what to do after bishop c4? You cannot play f6 because of this idea, d6, d7, but maybe it's time to move the knight back to d7. Yeah, in this type of position, black has to be very, very patient. Like, black cannot really force the matter. Black has to just improve the position little by little, even though it's very, very little, even though you have to move the knight back to d7, because the knight was coming from d7 before. And yeah, maybe just try to, if my friend Yasasirawan said, black has to nurse the advantage, because he still has like one pawn advantage. Well, it is quite an advantage, but of course in this type of position you still have to prove it. You have to prove that you still have this advantage, because the position itself looks like white is having some compensation due to the pieces activity. So I guess it's gonna be quite a long endgame. a6 is still on the board. So if not bishop c4, let's take a look bishop f1. I don't believe such a move with bishop d4, bishop b2. So if white wants to keep the pieces on the board, white has to do some move like this, either bishop c4 or bishop f1, and then keep pressure on this one. And maybe after this, now maybe you can try to play something like this, c4, now bishop d3, put the bishop on g6, something like that. Or alternatively, maybe not b4, you can actually play a move like g3 so that the bishop can go to h3, and this is such a good diagonal for the bishop. Another thing is I don't believe that white will take the knight on c5, or maybe this is still fine. But after taking here, yeah, after taking there, then what's happening? The bishop still has to move anyway. Where does the bishop go? Maybe bishop goes here, but okay. Maybe not f6, maybe rook e8 is better. Yeah, rook e8 is better. Yeah, only this position is looking quite drawish, but I mean, a pawn is a pawn. So even if it's still very little advantage, I mean, it's still an advantage. So black will try his best to try to win the game. And if this happens, I think black would be happy. So my feeling is white will try to keep the two bishops on the board, because that is his compensation for the pawn. Okay, there's one game that is already almost to the end of the game. It's this one. Kananen versus Safita. We looked at it a little bit earlier before, but now after already a few moves, it's back to, I mean, it's now in the end game. Oh, by the way, Safita is a very bright player, and she just got her last IM norm at her recent tournament. If I'm not mistaken, it is Andorra Open. So from Andorra, she flew here to Trondheim to play the next tournament, and this is kind of like a routine for chess professionals to play back-to-back tournaments in the summer, because in the summer there are so many good tournaments in Europe, and thank God there is one additional good tournament that is happening this summer. It's the Louis Chess Legends, and this is their first edition, and hopefully it's gonna keep running annually, because I'm just liking the vibe here. I think in the earlier of the stream I was talking about some history about the cathedral and the palace where I am right now streaming from. This is the Archbishop Palace, and actually exactly in this room where I'm streaming from is the King's Room. If you have no idea what the King's Room is, you can tell by the mug that I'm drinking. Where is the stamp? Oh, here. It's like the regalia stamp. I don't know. Okay, let me see my OBS if it's showing on the stream. All right, so this is the King's Room. So whenever the king and his families visiting Trondheim, if there's some, I don't know, like some kingdom affair that is happening in the city, yeah, the king and the family would go to this room to, how to say it? Yeah, to rest before the event. It has like a seating area here, the restroom, and everything else. If they have to clean up something, you know, change clothes or whatever. So this is like the room that they're going to use whenever they visit Trondheim. And so I'm just so honored to be here. You know, I feel like I'm a royal myself. So that's just one story of this room. Again, this room is in the underground, like it's adjacent to the cathedral and also to the museum. And then at some of the times in the museum, okay, there's like one thick glass wall here. It is currently on the curtain, but I can hear that if they are going to, I don't know, put some mist on the original floor of the museum, because well, it is like the original flooring of mosaic or something. Again, I haven't visited the museum myself, although it's just like next door, really, literally, but I'm gonna do it in one of these days to also educate myself about the history of this city and the country. Okay, so let's come back to this game between Kananen versus Safita. And we saw it was a Catalan before, and Safita took a risk decision by playing an unusual Catalan line, and probably, yeah, the whole game after knight c3, yeah, she played knight e5 and then queen b5, bishop c5, and knight a4. So I guess white's pieces are very timely placed because they are now where they're supposed to be. And after queen takes b5, knight takes b5, bishop d7. So already allowing this trade, I don't like it for black because in Catalan, the source of white's power is on this bishop. And if this bishop has no challenge over this diagonal, then the position is just going to be better for white. And after bishop d7, knight c5 happened. And after bishop takes b5, bishop f4. So we see another case where one player has a pair of bishops, and unfortunately for black in this position, yeah, those pair of bishops are very dangerous. Oh, okay. I have to switch back to the 6 board immediately because I just saw on the camera Elham Amar has just finished the game, and probably one of the games that finished early, because I have everything on my Lichess right now. I think most of the games are still ongoing except that one. So I think we can quickly take a look what happened in that game, whether there is some blunder that white played or something like that. So d4 knight f6, c4 e6, and what we are seeing right now is a Nimzo Indian. e3, b6, knight e2, bishop a6, and a3. Bishop goes back to e7, knight f4 and d5. Okay, everything is still pretty much in the theory book. And after d takes e6, bishop goes back. So there was this piece sacrifice that white did here. I kind of forgot how it went actually. Yeah, it's actually interesting to refresh my memory about this variation. So e takes f7. Let's see if the e-file bar is on. Okay, I just want to show you that the position is actually not so bad for white. It is still a theoretical sacrifice. So, and you can see here after e f7, king f7, queen b3 check, king e8, and apparently knight e6 is not the best move here. You have to play e4. Okay, this is not an easy decision, I would say, because there's always an idea that when you're sacrificing something, you'd like to get it back, or you'd like to have it returned to you as soon as possible. But this e4 move signifies that you don't have to hurry. You just have to keep controlling the center, strengthen your center, and the position will play by itself. Because you cannot really attack with only one queen and 2 knights on the board, while your opponent actually has more pieces than you. So I actually understand the idea behind this e4, because knight e6, it's a tempting move to make, for sure. It's a tempting move to make, because you are already down a piece, okay, with a bunch of pawns as compensation, and you just want to get another one. You want to expand your compensation for the piece. But unfortunately, this is not the right decision to make, because after queen d7, you take the pawn and king goes to d8, and now you're already wasting a few tempo to go to the g7 pawn, while at the same time your opponent would try to consolidate the position and make use of the extra piece. And after king d8, knight e6 again is another blunder, but again, this is very easy to make. Because what is the knight on g7 doing? Oh, I have to bring my knight back into the play. And knight e6 looks like just a very natural move to make. Because otherwise the knight on g7 will get trapped and you will lose your extra piece. So things like this, even though in theoretical book it might be just easy to explain, hey, this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong, this is right. But in a practical approach, it is very hard. It is very hard. I totally understand all the decisions that white is doing in this position, because I think if I were white without any prior knowledge about this variation, or if I don't calculate well, I would actually go for this line, because this line that he took is such a natural line. You want to get another pawn, you want to give your knight another life, like get it back to the game, put it on the center again, maybe give a check, because sometimes in tactical position, right, check is always the thing that you look for at the first sight. So knight e6 was there. King c8, and here e4. A little bit too late, because now the king is already in a safer position, and you already wasted a few tempi with the knight, and now it's time for black to hit back. And what Elmar did was knight c6. And okay, first of all, this is another direct attack to the queen and the knight, because the knight wants to go to a5 followed by bishop c4, and then bye-bye, the knight on e6. And therefore, here white continued with d5, attacking the knight, but it is an attacking move. But the drawback on this position or this move is it gives a really good square for the knight to be on e5. And because there is a bishop on a6 that is having a very enjoyable diagonal, not only that it is a free diagonal, not only that white doesn't have a light square bishop to challenge that bishop, but also with the help of this knight, oh come on, knight d3 is going to come, bishop c4 is going to come. And even though the king is still having its right to castle, I don't see anywhere to castle, and next move, knight d3, you lose the right to castle. Alright, so bishop e3 happened, and bishop c4, the position is already very stable for black right now, despite losing it's actually a bunch of pawns on the king side, but yeah, you just have to hit back like very quickly, not to lose any time. Okay, queen c2, bishop d3 again, queen d2. What happened after queen b3? I think queen b3 is still the best move, maybe. Okay, my Lichess analysis suggests bishop c4 again, and then knight d3 eventually. So you just, okay, this could be like another strategy if you're down on time. You just want to repeat the moves and then get closer to the 40th moves where you can get an additional bonus of 30 minutes. So, okay, in this position, queen d2 finally happened. And giving up the pawn on e4, yeah, I can already see how things are going downhill for Ivan Grunt. Okay, queen d4, queen takes, and he resigned here. Yeah, because, okay, black is only losing a pawn for the piece, and there is no attack or whatever. So, okay, I think this is a wise decision by white to resign, because, okay, Lichess estimation, it's already like -5. So black is that good, and I don't think it's complicated anymore for black to play for the extra piece. And probably on the way he's gonna get the pawn back, and then he has like a pure healthy extra piece. So okay, that was the first game that's finished on the first round. Amar Elham, I think a newly minted Norwegian grandmaster. I believe he's still a teenager. I cannot remember how old he is. Last year when I played in Krager Open and also in Norway, he was still an IM, but he was already showing like a very good play. Like his level is already pretty high, and I saw some article, some news like a few weeks ago that he's becoming a grandmaster. Maybe he's already grandmaster a few months ago. Maybe I'm just a bit too late in reading the article. But anyway, congratulations for Amar. And let's move to board 4. I think we haven't touched this board yet, although it's been showing on the screen quite often. It's between Andreas Garber Triggerstad versus Sebastian Bogner. Yep, and you see on the camera, yeah, actually this is our board here. Triggerstad is the one with, what color is that? Like navy blue, dark gray, I cannot make of it. But okay, Sebastian Bogner is the one that's wearing the white shirt. And looks like the end game is interesting. It could be quite instructive. Okay, let's see how the game went. E4, c5, c3, knight f6, e5, knight d5, d4 takes, and knight f3. Okay, normal a la pin. Bishop c4 takes here, and then knight b4. Okay, here already is offering an early queen trade, which was declined by his opponent. Trigger start, play queen b3, hitting on f7, and now e6. Castle, knight here, check, and here, and put the knight back, knight c3. Okay, hitting the queen. Okay, black keeps trying to change the queens, and keep trying, and then finally white accepted. And rook d1, bishop e7, a3, knight c2. Ooh, hang on. Knight c2 is a very brave decision. Like, you're trapping your own knight. Okay, I can understand why he did that. Because, of course, if you just play knight d5, you're just giving a pawn for nothing. Like, white is just simply up a pawn. So probably knight c2 is a practical choice. But you're trapping your own knight. Maybe not. Maybe there's always knight d4. As long as you play rook d8. Yeah, he played rook d8. Okay, takes. And now knight can escape via d square to d8. And I don't think you can stop it, can you? You might be... Actually, you might stop it by playing knight e2, but there's always bishop b6. There's always like additional piece to help the knight to escape. So this does... Oh, actually, this is the analysis by the computer. Okay, go on. What did it say? b4, and then you escape to d4. Takes everything. Oh, this is the game. This is the game. Hang on. Okay, let me promote this variation as the main line. All right. Okay. There you go. Knight c2 here, and then this happened actually. Okay. And then b4, knight 2, d4, keeps taking everything. Okay, this is interesting though. Most people would like to keep the bishop in the endgame, especially against a bishop, because without judging the pawn structure or anything, like in the endgame between rook and bishop is always preferable compared to rook and knight. It's because the bishop has longer range, yeah, to get to point A to point B, and it could actually limit the knight's activity. It's different to the other major piece. Like if you have queen and knight, it's always preferred that way compared to queen and knight is always better than queen and bishop. I mean, not always, but most of the times. The reason is because with queen and bishop, you can only attack one square, like one color of square. With the knight, it can be quite flexible. So yeah, chess is that hard. You have to know this type of principle and also to understand the exceptions when this is not happening on the game. Because that is the hardest thing, isn't it? Because good player knows all these principles, but great players, they know how to violate all those principles in the right time, which always happens in the game of the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Fabiano Caruana. You know, sometimes I have to think twice on the move that they made because, oh, hang on, this is not according to principle. In fact, this is like violating the principle, but what's behind it? Because you have to kind of suspicious about your opponent. Like if they're making a seemingly bad move, but maybe they are actually seeing beyond the principle. So you have to be quite careful. There's some psychological battle off the board as well, in terms of the decision-making processes that leads to your selected moves. So in this position, yeah, I mean, without thinking, like I would prefer white, of course, because it's rook and bishop. But of course, in this position, I have to evaluate a little bit deeper. Like, is this the only way that black can play, or is there any way that black can try to not choose this type of line? So knight takes d4, bishop g5, interesting, right? Bishop g5. You'd like to limit this king's activity because this is endgame. This is endgame. You don't need to castle. You want to get your king to the middle of the board. You want to help. Your king wants to help other pieces. So another prophylactic thinking, I would say, by white, because in this position, yeah, king e7 is kind of, if this was black to move, king e7 is going to be the move. And if there is, after king e7, there's a check, you can just play f6. That's fine. You're not thinking of castle in this position. So that's why I like this move a lot, bishop g5. You're trying to play according or against your opponent's idea. So bishop g5, a very good move. And I think eventually black has to resort himself to short side castle, because in this position you have to bring the rook to the center of the board. But if you play king d7 here, you are voluntarily walking into a pin, and this pin is nasty. You're gonna lose a knight right away. So like it or not, black has to castle. And that way, even though the king is quite far from the center, but at least the white's king is also not helping at all. So we're gonna see this type of battle. Rook and bishop versus rook and knight. Rook d7 there. Because, okay, a3 is hanging. And now, what is the ideal position for both white and black here? The knight is going to be better on d5. That's for sure. Is it the time to do it now? Like probably knight c7, and probably after rook d7, then you go rook b8, and next move you can play knight d5. Okay, but has to be careful because there's bishop e3, knight d5, and then there is bishop here. Oh, but back rank. Let's go. Rook c8, and the back rank is weak, so white has to do something first about his king, because otherwise he's gonna get mated. And let's say, what do we do? g3, trying to get a, okay, pardon my German pronunciation, is it a Luft? Just trying to get some air for your opponent, like Lufthansa. Maybe I shouldn't name brands, but okay, just trying to find a correlation of the Luft word. Okay, g3. And now this pawn is kind of hanging. Yeah, actually it's not that easy. Do we exchange the rook like this? How is it going to be in the endgame? Like, it is already in the endgame, but bishop versus knight, how is it actually? Maybe better than knight, yeah? Yeah, not sure. After bishop, after rook c7, you can also play rook d8, king here, and then move the bishop elsewhere because b6 is coming. So maybe bishop c5. Yeah, still pressing actually. I don't know who is better in this position. If only the white king somehow managed to go to the center. Still, I don't know what I'm doing there, but it looks just better. And probably push all the pawns to f5. Okay, this is gonna be better for white. But do we have a move? Oh, g3 is already on the board. Ah, it's almost similar to what we saw, except that I think this is a better decision. Oh, is it? Or is it? Because now g3, do we have... I'd like to get the knight to d5, but I can do it... No, I cannot do it from c7 because it's just a pin. If I do it from c3 to d5, let's say knight c3, rook d7, how to protect this one? Alright, how's the time management of these players? 29 minutes versus 22 minutes, and they have about 11 and 12 moves to go to the time control on the 40th moves. Yeah, oh my gosh, I actually want to address the chat. I saw a good friend of mine in the chat, Tatiana. Thank you for tuning in to the chat. But unfortunately, this is a delayed stream of 15 minutes. So what I'm speaking right now, it's just gonna be delivered to you 15 minutes later. So yeah, in that way, I cannot really have a real-time chat with my viewers. Okay, I think it's time to move on to other games. Let's come back to the first board between Hammer versus Daniel Fischer. Has the position changed? It might be changing, but I don't see a significant difference. Okay, what do we see? We saw Bishop E3, yeah? And Queen C7 takes, and Knight D2. Yeah, we saw this point. And oh, D5. Okay, yeah, I think I talk about it. Yeah, being D5, a move to consider. And Knight A5, C5, and Rook C1. Yes, everything looks pretty systematic. Queen B1, I like it. Rook A8. Okay, taking here. There is another idea. I don't know. Okay, D4 might not work here because C D4. And the pawn on C5 is pinned. So, I mean, instead of Rook A8, because it looks like Black is playing very slowly with Rook A8. I'd like to do something that is more direct. But maybe there's nothing to be done. Although, it looks nice having 3 pawns in the center like that. E5, D5, C5. But apparently, White is very solid. And those pawns, you know, even though they look nice, but if Black is not being careful, they can be quite a weakness. So it takes D5, Knight takes D5, Knight C4 back, and yeah, this is the current position right now. And let's see. Okay, Hammer is in the far end of camera. He is the one that's wearing glasses. And okay, it's getting quite shaky right now because they only have 20 minutes versus 25 minutes, and they still have to make what, 15, 16 moves to go to 40th moves until they make the time control. It's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, let me have a sip from my king's mug. Yeah. Okay, so the games are starting to get quite interesting, yeah? And let's quickly update ourselves on the second board here between Mats Vespi Ellingson versus Forod Orkadal. And what do I see? So after a6, we saw it this much. And after bishop c4, knight d7, yes. And rook f1. Okay. So still posing a threat of d6. And therefore, I think this just happened. Frodo just played e5, probably trying to meet d6 with knight e5, attacking the bishop on c4, while at the same time also protecting the pawn on f7. Judging from the position, I think he doesn't mind having this position, or does he? Because he's gonna lose an exchange in this one. Okay, if this one then takes this, takes like this and takes this. And now let's evaluate the position. Exchange down for black, but black has 2 pawns as compensation, and 1 pawn is a pass pawn. I think that's a pretty good one. I mean, that's a pretty good compensation for the exchange. This is totally playable position. And coming out from a position before when he was being attacked, I think this is a good outcome. So yeah, this is the position that he sought for. And let's see if after e4 Mats will play d6 and we go to this type of exchange down position for black or not. Alternatively, what else can be done in this one? Okay, try to think prophylactically. Yeah, knight e5 is going to happen. Can we try to prevent it by playing rook f5, let's say? And meanwhile, we are also setting up an idea to double up the rook to f1 and then trying to hit the pawn on f7. This is possible because, again, I'm trying to provoke these pawns around the king to move. Sometimes it's a good provocation, sometimes it's a bad decision, sometimes it's just helping your opponent to actually improve the king's position. So again, that's the tricky part in chess. You know the principle, but you have to know when to play them or to understand the exceptions. Yeah, so all right, if this happens, then maybe I can step back to f4, trying to attack this one. But maybe after I don't know. This looks very dangerous. There's a check here. Is this even okay for black? Oh, maybe not. Bishop e6 is there. Okay, this is dangerous. Okay, I like this idea, provocating black to keep moving with the pawns. So rook f5. Yeah, let's go. And let's go back to our friend Eric Rosen, how he's doing, and board what? 13. So he was playing a London system, his favorite in the online game. Can you actually see where he's sitting on the camera? Probably I think he's on the right one. He's not facing us. He's on the white type of shirt. Yeah. Anyway, let's see how he's doing there. We saw the position after. I'm not sure. Bishop b7, I guess. Yeah, bishop d7, and here he took the bishop on d6. Oh, I think we only analyzed queen takes. We didn't analyze. No, we only analyzed knight takes, not queen takes. But hang on, if queen takes f4 immediately, is it a right decision? Okay, let's see. f4, b4. Yeah, this is very logical. Just try to break open the queen side. Bishop takes e4 and then g5. Wow, okay. Eric is in for the kill. bc3, bc3. Takes g5, takes g5. Queen h2. Oh, that is very, very dangerous. For who? I don't know. For both, maybe. Queen h2. The rook is under attack. Okay, queen g4. Yeah. That looks natural. I'm just a bit worried if this rook is participating to the game via the b file and then attacking the second rank. Oof, because the queen is already in the position. Alright, f5. Unfortunately, the pawn moved twice, yeah? f6 and then f5, so you cannot do the en passant here. Okay, offering the queen straight. I think it's the only move, yeah? Because the queen has to go. But the queen has to also protecting the rook on g1. So either you play queen g3 or you play queen g2. So he chose to play queen g2, takes, and we are seeing this endgame. I'm not liking this endgame for white, to be honest, because now the knight on g6, although it looks good, but it doesn't do anything. Castle. What? Wow, this is such a unusual decision. Castle. Hang on. I don't know how to explain this decision. Like, I'm trying to understand it. Because your king is practically walk into a weaker side of the board. I mean, a weaker side for you. If anything... Okay, alright. trying to understand. Okay, maybe with this castle, white wants to bring the rook on d1 to the king side and try to continue the attack. But is it enough now? Because we see number of pieces already exchanged a lot, and I don't. Okay, h6 is always an idea, but maybe knight f8 is there. Yeah, what's gonna happen after knight f8? Just trade this piece one. Okay, this now is very dangerous. King c2, okay. Bishop c6, oh. Eric is playing with fire. Rook b1 and knight d5. Okay, so after a few moves, I would say that white is not improving. Only black is improving. Because the knight was somewhere. The knight was, where was that? Knight d7, I guess, before castle. Yeah, and within a few moves, you see, like no improvement. Like, okay, you have your rook on b1, you have your king on c2. But now after knight d5, I'm liking black's position now. Like, I prefer black's position over white. Because, can you, okay. You cannot take this, can you? Bishop here, check. You have to come down here. You can take this one first and take this one immediately, or you can take this one immediately. I don't know which one. Maybe, okay, if you want to win a tempo, I think you can take this rook first, and then knight takes here, and then knight comes back. But anything can still happen. Yeah, okay. So this position can be achieved without castle, I guess. And you don't need to castle after bishop d5. Yeah, I think I can understand why he's castling. I think he's worried of rook b2. But is there any way to stop rook b2 besides castling? You have to move the knight. But I think Eric puts the knight there to keep c4 in control all the time. But yeah, we can switch it to knight f1 maybe. It doesn't have any good future on f1. Even if it goes to g3 or h2 also, like, it limits its activity. So yeah, probably no good decision that can be done here by white. Yeah, let's take a look what the engine says. Oh, engine actually likes this position as white, and it's actually a lot. That's surprising. Plus 1.3. Okay, but okay, the engine suggests knight f1. Yeah, I think that's, even though the knight doesn't have good feature like what I mentioned, but at least you stop rook b2 and not putting your king under attack like after castle. Because you see, after castling, yeah, the e-file bar is equal right now. And then I think for the up few moves, okay, king c2 here, and then this is, okay, hang on. We saw the position of knight d5, and here Eric decided to take on b8. And of course, the next move has to be rook takes b8. And yeah, how do we make of this position? Oh, I cannot believe my eyes. Bishop is coming, knight is going to take either of this. What is Eric thinking? So, I mean, this is crucial. Yeah, this pawn is very, very critical. You cannot let it be taken. So if you take this, just bishop b5 and then this GG maybe. And after this, takes here and then get the rook into play. Oh, that's very dangerous. And after knight d6, rook c6. And you have to give up your piece like that. But what else can you do? The computer says king c1 and white is fine. What happened after this? Oh, knight e7, that's tricky. All right. Also knowing Eric, he has a huge time advantage. 20 minutes extra on his clock, and he will try to play faster for sure. Try to get his opponent into a confusing world where he has to make decision like really critical decision with only 8 minutes left on the clock, where there are 11 moves to go to the time control. But okay, this is very dangerous. I think Eric is walking on a thin thread. Okay, let's come back to this one later and see other games that are still playing. And let's go back to the top boards. I want to see what happened with Hammer. Maybe not so much happening yet. And the endgame between Mats versus Forod. Ooh, he did it. So after e4, d6 happened, and then knight e5, and then instead of d7 and then giving the bishop, White decided to play bishop d5 and then e3, rook de1. Yeah, but now Black is in control. What is the best move in this position for Black? Okay, first of all, Black is up a pawn. The pawn on f7 is currently protected. The pawn on d6, you can just take it now. Yeah, to be honest, I don't see the compensation that White can get out of this. Yeah, White misplayed the position at some point, I guess. I mean, the position itself is pretty hard to understand, like which way that you have to go. I mean, computer can say whatever it wants, right? But in practical game, it's hard to evaluate, to also calculate, and to anticipate your opponent's idea. Okay, so it looks like Forod is going to win this position, and also he has 26 minutes compared to 3 minutes, and there are 16 more moves to go for him. I think he will make it. Okay, I think in this position of the rook here, you can just simply take here, maybe. Take here, and then rook d8, and then you go for this line. This looks okay for me. Everything is traded off, and you're still up a pawn. Let's quickly check what's happening between Kananen versus Safita, because we left it actually at some point here because the game of Amar Helham was finishing. No, we left it after knight a4. So queen takes, knight takes, and bishop d7, knight takes c5, bishop f4, and then bishop takes e2, bishop takes e5, and bishop takes d1. So Black is willing to give up the 2 pieces for the rook. I think it's because of the position requires her to do so. Because let's say if you move your knight back here, because okay, this pawn is under attack, maybe White can just simply take it, and White is better. So probably in a practical approach here, you don't want to die slowly just by playing knight c6 and keeping your pieces like that, but you have to take a risk. And playing for this position, it's objectively worse position for the black pieces, but you have to take it. So 2 pieces for a rook, 2 bishops actually, 2 bishops for a rook, and after king g2, knight d5, a4, rook c1, knight a6, and yeah, White is playing quite patient here. I'm sure White is still better, technically winning, but what is going on? Why do you have to give it up? Like, you can play king e3 in this position, but why did you give it up? What is the idea in this one? Okay, that one I can understand. Is there any cleaner way to win this? Like white should be planning to get the pawn on a5 without giving up any other pawns on the king side. Like, let's say I play king e3 here. What's going on? And the next move I want to play here. I can't do that, can I? Yeah, I don't understand this decision. Okay, let me check if I understand it correctly, or maybe I'm wrong. After here, what does the computer say? King d3 was the best move. Wow. See, guys, this is something that I don't know. I cannot explain. Like, I would like to keep my king protected, but what is going on after here? Knight d7. Ah, that can easily be missed by me, by everyone, but not by Kananen. Right, because the idea is if you take this, take b3 with a check, and then you take this. Although, still not sure who is better in that position. But white just play king d3 and allowing this to happen because white wants to focus his attention on the queen side and trying to promote those pawns. That's very understandable. And now knight d5 is on the board. Now the question is, do we take this knight or we let it be? Because I think both decisions are fine. You can take this knight and takes a5 next, and then you have these two pawns to promote. Oh, it's gonna be quite a race because black will try to make a counter attack via these two pawns, like probably in this position, like h5, g5, h4. But this is happening now. Bishop takes d5 is on the board. So obviously it takes d5 is gonna happen soon. And now a question whether you want to push this pawn first or not. Or you want to take this one immediately. But that's king d3. This is such a right and tough call by Kananen. But very, very well timed. I'm so impressed. Yeah. So what is happening? Bishop takes d5. Oh, he didn't. Sorry, Safita didn't take it. She played rook f5. So putting all these two in a kind of a, how do you call it? A pin or a skewer? Because if it's a pin, it doesn't work that way because these two pieces are worth the same. Pin means that the more valued piece is on the back of the less valued piece. Skewer is the opposite. And here both are the same worth. So, alright, maybe just pin / skewer. Okay, how do we deal with this position as white? Bishop is under attack. We might be able to take one of the pawns on e6, but that's not gonna be very easy because if you take like this, of course rook takes d5 and maybe knight has to come back, and I mean the position it's still better for white anyway. Can we take it with the, no, we cannot, can we? If we take this, the rook takes here and then both are under attack. Actually not like that, like this. So you cannot take e6 with the knight. Okay, so if you want to take it, you take it. No, you cannot take it with the bishop. You have to take it with the knight if you want. But is there any other alternative? I don't think so. I think you have to take it anyway. Or you might actually take a5. Because after rook takes here, king c4, and then you just push and try to promote. Okay, so Safita is still thinking. Let's come back to this game a bit later and update ourselves on this game, this end game. Oh, okay, still not much going on, but there's some progress that black is making. Now the king is in the center. It is quite useful to stop the rook that can potentially go to the 7th rank or even to the back rank. At least now this rook is free to go. Yeah, Actually, this is a good position for black. Because black was a bit worried of rook d7 anyway, but now knight can go to c3 and knight can go to d5 without any worry. Because rook cannot enter the territory. So Sebastian Buchner, I think, is having an easier endgame, turns out. Yeah, okay, looks pretty good for black. He has 7 minutes left on the clock with 10 moves to go until the second time control. Let's take a look at other games, maybe by Juan Ballon Lopez. And okay, I think he's on to winning this one, yeah? He hasn't finished yet, but looks like it's just some technicality to win this one. So I think we saw the position after queen takes d4, and then bishop b7. Yeah, obviously if black takes the queen, then you can take it back, and then you have more pawns in the center, and the pawn on e4 is hanging. Yeah, okay, bishop b7, but just get rid of the risky line with the queen, so just take it. Rook d8, bishop here. Oh, and this is how he won the exchange. Because now even if the rook goes, let's say it goes away like this, protecting e6, but now there's bishop h4. The position of the other rook on d8 is really unfortunate. So that's why instead of moving it away, black decides to just, okay, let me improve my bishop's position. I'm going to give you the exchange and try to make it work with my knight. But oh, I think I'll really like the pawn structure. It limits the knight's activity. Not to mention this bishop. The knight cannot go here because this would be d3, would be the dream square for the knight. And here white continued with a4, bishop d3 and long castle. And c4, rook d2, very nice, and f3. Try to weaken the central pawns little by little. Here takes, and then rook d1, and offering the exchange, which I think black should have just declined it. I mean, you cannot get anything out of this position if your rook is not on the board. So I think this is a bad decision by black here. I think, yeah, in such a position, especially when you're done an exchange like this, you have to keep your rook on the board, because after taking this, the play for white is rather easy. Like white doesn't have to think about the king anymore, let's say. White can just focus on improving the position little by little. But in this position, let's say, okay, let's move the rook back to d7. It's still not clear, like how to win this position. Like, yeah, you have to think about having the knight here later and probably swapping it to d3, you know, many things. Just keep the rook on the board. And it's like move now, think later. Like, you know that this is going to be a worse endgame for you anyway, and even worsening it if the rooks are off of the board. Just play the move first and just think later. But okay, black made a bad decision by exchanging it, and now and this one again. Yeah, another exchange. I mean, this is a dream trade for white. I mean, you'd like to trade this bishop with the knight, because the knight can be quite tricky, and you voluntarily do that. So another questionable decision by black in this one. Takes here, and then this is the current position, and all I could see is just, okay, maybe rook can just go here, stopping any breakthrough with g4, and then king put the king on c3. Potentially, if black allows you, put the king on d4, but if not, then just play b4 and create some attack with this pawn. Like, I like to put the pawn here, and then put a5 and bring the rook back here, takes and takes this, something like that. Okay, there is already a game that finished on board 5. We didn't see that one. It's between a Hungarian grandmaster, Bence Korpa versus Havard Holk. Okay, let's see quickly what happened on that game. it was a ready position, still very theoretical with this e4, queen c7 and knight d7, yep. And b5, okay, it's always a debate whether b6 or b5 is better, but b5 is currently more trendy. And then, yeah, you just want to create h4, knight h2, knight g4, something like that. H5, okay, so this king's Indian attack, you're attacking on the king side, while black is going to counter it from the queen side. And h6 and g6, oh, it's already a mistake to play this g6, but the position is already good for white anyway. I think at some point black has to do something on the king side not to let this happen. And this happens, takes, bishop b5, queen e3, and then c3, okay, takes. Yeah, this pawn on h6 such a good pawn, and yeah, the king is very vulnerable. Okay, rook a8, and now all white is doing is just attacking. Oof, queen goes f4, knight here, there should be some sacrifice or anything, knight okay, knight e8 looks good. Knight e8 looks good. You want to attack the queen, you're also saving the space on f6 for your bishop or for your queen. Knight d6 here, okay, another pawn here, takes. Okay, now this is just some technicality again. Yeah, it's even if you don't get a checkmate immediately, I mean, this endgame is just winning for white. And then bishop e2 takes here. Huh, what is this? Yeah, I agree. Like this is quite a slow move. Like why did white make it? Alternatively, what is the best? Okay, king f1. I wouldn't have thought of that move either. I mean, if you give me these two options, Irene, which one is the best move? Bishop d3 or king f1? Of course, I would choose bishop d3. Okay, so I think I stand corrected. Yeah, it looks easier because I have the e-file bar on, but I don't think it is that easy. Okay, why king f1 is the best move? I don't understand. And it maintains the advantage because what? Let's say knight goes back to e4, like what happened in the game. So what now? What is the difference between bishop d3 and then here? Oh, wait, 1 second. Knight goes to f5, not e4, of course. Why would the knight go to e4 when the bishop is on d3? Okay, let's say king f1 and then knight d3. What's happening? Why having the bishop here is better than having the bishop here? Okay, I got it. I understand now. Yeah. Okay, wow, this is such a puzzle. Okay, the difference is, sorry, it takes me some time to understand this, but yeah, now I understand. The difference is, whenever there's knight f5, you have to be ready to play bishop b5. And in this scenario, having the king f1 has its advantage because after knight takes d4, you can actually takes this, and then you are winning a piece. Which in other position, having the king on g1 is dangerous because after you play bishop d3 and then knight f5, and if you play bishop b5, now it's gonna be a fork on f3. Knight takes here, queen takes here, knight takes here, and then there you go, a fork. So, okay, I believe that is the idea of king f1, why king f1 is the best move in this position. Took me some time, but we got there. Okay, so bishop d3 happened on the board, and then knight f5, and now you cannot play bishop b5 because the king is still on g1, and bishop f6, queen f6. Obviously it's a mistake because it's just here, takes, and then take here. And it's exactly what happened, so it's just like one move blunder. I mean, the position is already very good. No, it's not very good for white. It's 0-0 actually. Wow, I overestimated this position. It's 0-0. So the best move, according to computer, is queen f7. Okay, I thought, yeah, sometimes it's really hard to change your mindset and your feeling during the course of the game, because initially you were better, so you have this like superior feeling, right? Okay, I'm better. But then after a few moves, things are unfolded, and somehow the situation of the game has changed a lot, and you still get this feeling that you initially had before, and you maintain it throughout the rest of the game. And this is actually a very dangerous thing to have as a chess player, because and also on the other hand, the same thing happens when you are losing and you feel like, oh, this is losing position, losing, whereas actually in the present moment, in this one, before queen f7, it's 0-0, it's equal again. But since you already had this feeling before that you were losing in most of the time during the game, and you feel like, okay, I'm just gonna keep playing until there's really a time for me to resign, you're not gonna get like a good motivation to keep up with the game. So I think that's what happened, and queen d6 is just like one move blunder, and after bishop takes f5, black resigned because there's nothing else to play for in this position. I mean, you are just down a piece, a full piece, without compensation. Okay, I see that some of the games are already finishing on the top board. Kananen versus Safita, we left it in this position, and here Kananen played bishop takes f5, rook d5, king c4, and f5, and here after bishop c7, Safita resigned. So I think this is a very smart decision by Kananen. Instead of pushing the b pawn, he is planning to push the a pawn, and there's nothing to stop it. The rook cannot somehow magically turn to the back rank because everything is protected by the bishop, this one is protected by the knight, and it's just 4 moves away to promotion. Nothing can stop it, and black resign and white wins. And there's also another game that finished on the second board. Yeah, so Urkedal was how is the state of his game? Like, maybe white was better than equalized. It was unclear because it was some compensation. But now, after this rook e1 move, yeah, he's in a better position. So what did he do? He did rook e8, and oh, this bishop is paralyzed now because it is protecting d6. But if the bishop doesn't move, then d6 will be taken, and then there comes another rook to d8, and then attacking both the bishops maybe. And one mistake comes after another. So what did I say? There's a saying to this, like a mistake always comes in a pair, at least. So 2 mistakes already back to back by white. cd6 and bishop d6, another mistake again. But okay, this position is already hard to play. I mean, white is losing its control. Rook here, takes, and takes here. Okay, what do we see here? White is down a pawn still, but the pawn on e3 is really untouchable. It's just some technicality to win. You just bring another pawns to support it, like f5, g5, f4, g4, and then somehow you find yourself having two passes. So those passes are definitely going to determine the fate of the game. So let's see what happened. Bishop c3, f5. Yes, that's very easy to play. And bishop c7. Let me think. What is the idea behind that move? Like, why can't you play f4? I think both moves are acceptable anyway. But Urkedal play bishop c7 first. Okay, bear in mind, you cannot take this pawn because of bishop f4. It's a pin. And g3 happened. And now you play... Ah, that is very interesting. Yeah, because I thought... No. Let me think again. Why can't I play f4? I think I like this idea better. And then g5 coming, and then g4, and then f3. Okay, but let's see his way of winning this position. F4 takes, rook e2. Okay, because it is a direct attack now to e2 and then rook d1, so you have to stop it. But now the rook comes to the other. Oh, okay, so he's just trying to get one pawn after another. Oh, look at this. Takes and then e2 check. Oh, wow, what a finish. What a finish by Urkdal. Yeah, that's such a nice tactic in the end. So yeah, after this, I think this is already GG. This is a reasonable position anyway. Either you take it or not. It's losing for white, but yeah, I like such a finish. And check here, this is such a nice intermezzo. You're not automatically recapture the rook on h2, but you give this check a very important check anyway, and you actually don't need to take the rook because you can just promote as a queen and it's a checkmate. Okay, that is amazing. Let's quickly check. Oh, Eric's game is still ongoing. Let's go to that one. How to? Oh, hang on. My head is already spinning now. How to evaluate this one? Okay, white. Okay, from the beginning. Material. Let's count the pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So black has an extra pawn. 2 passers. Okay, but the king is attacking the knight on e3. If the knight moves, the knight will take c4 pawn. Can the knight be protected? It can by playing f4, but it just gives another pawn for white. So knight just went to g2. And probably now it's time to take... Oh, now it's time to take c4. It's still not happening yet, but yeah, I think white has to definitely take this pawn. Just one thing to understand is if this happens, f4, it's going to be very, very dangerous. Okay, this is very dangerous, and black is actually in time trouble. Like, he only has 3 minutes left on the clock. Okay, Eric is still thinking. Is there anything else that we can consider in this position apart from knight takes c4? I think that pawn is important to be taken, but yeah, no idea. Let's see what the computer says. Whoa, it's actually 0, 0, 0. Okay, what? So after knight takes c4, f4, what's happening? Knight ce5, f3, knight e7. You know, I hope Eric is not playing for a content, because that is kind of his weakness. I think he's trying to create some matting net around the black's king. It would be actually very beautiful if somehow the king get mated with 2 knights and somehow with a pawn like that, but I don't see it's happening anyway. So he has to play an objective chess. So hopefully he will find this knight c4, and I think it's not going to be a problem for him to find it. But I'm just a bit concerned right now that he's taking such a long time to take on c4. So maybe he's considering something else. Okay, Let's go to let's go to Pia. Let's go to Pia. Where's Pia? Here. Let's go to Pia. Oh no. All right, I'm not taking sides, but I'm hoping Pia can have like really good tournament here. What's happening in her games? Like what? So she finally decided to play d5. I think I mentioned it earlier, which is fine. King h1, castle. Okay. Evaluation bar is still okay, although it's slightly better for white. I think it's understandable seeing the bishop here are better than these two bishops anyway. So, okay, rook d1, f5. Okay, I think she's a bit too hasty here in trying to clarify the position by playing f5, because again, yeah, bishop e7 is not a really easy move to find. You put the bishop back to e7 in order to maybe play c5. Yeah, if f5 looks more tempting, I agree, but this leaves a weakened center for black. c4, bishop d7, and then the whole time I think she's only defending. Okay, trying to it's a really like a good decision. Try to trade this bishop off, but black maybe missed this idea of bishop g5 and step down with rook f7, queen e4. So it's always like one attack after another that white is doing. And rook e2, yeah, the position looks much better for white now. Okay, queen d6. Oh, what a move. What is this? I don't understand. What is the idea of this move? King g1. What are you trying to do? No idea. Rook e8 and okay, trying to trade the queen, and then here. Okay, I think already for the past few moves, white has been under time pressure, so he's just playing around, trying to, I think, just try to gain time and try to get closer to the 40th moves. Let's see. Oh, this is a mistake because takes, and then here h4, and then this is the current position right now. Okay, let's leave this one for a bit and let's go back to other games. How is Hammer doing in this position? Oh, it's been quite equalish since the middle game anyway. And looks like we have some moves here. Takes, and knight f4, queen takes d7, takes, and then rook. Okay, looks good. And then here, yeah, this looks pretty equal, yeah? This looks pretty equal. Knight c4, and actually, is black a bit better? Just because of the position, but yeah, I think it's still, it should be equal. Okay, give a check, king h7, trading the rook, and after h4, this is the current position. Okay, this is current position and it looks quite equalish. Oh, Trigger start and Sebastian Bogner still playing. This is gonna be a long endgame. I would believe it's gonna be a long endgame. Like black is going to try to prove that his endgame is better because knight is standing very nicely on the center. On d5 is such a good outpost for the knight, and yeah. Okay, the computer can hold it for sure. I mean, it gives like a 0-0 evaluation, but for the players, like practically speaking, it's not that easy, especially for white player here. Trigger start, just play something. What is it? King d2. Okay. So it's very important for white not to force the matters, yeah, because white is kind of defending in this position and try not to weaken anything yet. Because any pawn move, it can be weakening something. So I think it's very important to keep it like this. Like for example, I don't know, like a move like h4 looks fine, but yeah, it can trigger something. Like let's say I put the king back to h7 and then takes this, and then I don't know, I'm trying to get inside like that. It's quite a far stretch, I know, but it might be just an idea. So king d2, I think it's a pretty good waiting move, and I think the next move you just have to keep wasting the tempo, like bishop c5, bishop e3 back, something like that. Yeah. Oh, there's another strong woman player playing. It's Marina Gaichin. Oh, f6. Okay. Now, black is doing something to open up the position. Okay, let's take a look at this game. White is a strong Icelandic grandmaster, Jovar Gretarsson, and okay, they are officially in time trouble. Okay, let's sit and watch what they're doing here, and who is better. So, what is happening? d4 just played. Okay, it's attacking the queen. Oh, this might be just a nice move. Because now the queen cannot protect the rook on c7. Oh, wow. Yeah, the queen cannot go back to d6. Okay, now if you take this, I'll take the queen. So probably in this position, the best move probably is taking this. And then you have to play in such a position. But okay, this is actually not too bad. Not too bad for black at all. Yeah, black might be able to hold this. No, this is not too clear if white is better. Okay, d4 already happened. I believe that, can I have the camera for this? Okay, 7 and 8. Seven and 8 is, hang on, let me check. Let me check. Oh yeah, I do. Okay. For once, let's change the camera. Actually, how do I do that? There you go. Yeah, so this is currently happening right now, and what just happened? Yeah, queen takes e4. So what we are seeing right now is, yeah, Gretarsson versus Marina Gaichin. Okay, queen takes e4. Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay. He didn't take the queen. He took the rook. Okay, so yeah, why did I miss this? Okay, it's been long hours here at the office, so you have to bear with my misfortune in not finding the good moves. So queen e3. Okay, white is having an exchange up right now. But the king is kind of vulnerable on the h1. So white is still not very clear whether this is winning or not. I mean, especially with only 27 left on the clock, 27 seconds left. What just happened? There is queen d3. Yeah, queen d3. Okay. So if queen c1 check, at least there is rook g1 like this. Okay, but queen d3 is still on the board. This is like the critical moment because you are like 5 moves away from the time control. Okay, Marina is now 20 seconds left on the clock. Okay, she has to move fast. She has to move fast. What is she gonna do? Queen e6 back. Okay, she keeps... Yeah, she has to keep the control for this bishop on e7. Okay, queen e6. And now... Okay, white doesn't have much time either. So white has to keep moving. Probably forcing the trade with queen e4. Because after queen e4, you have to take it. He hasn't moved yet, but he's gonna do it soon. What is he gonna do? Yeah, queen e4. Yeah, you're forcing this trade because the more that you trade more pieces, the easier it is for white to win in the endgame. Like if this happens, now bishop has to go, and your next move is... Okay, you have 2 passes, by the way. I think you have to play bishop d8 here, but then you have to... Oh, sorry. If bishop d8, then this is hanging. I don't know. I don't know how to deal in this position. Where does the bishop go? I don't. Okay, bishop d8 she chose. Hoping that after this there might be still something to play for. Probably rook here then. Yeah, just stopping it like that, and then maybe put the other rook come to g7. The position is still with bishop d8 now. But I think it's gonna change soon. Okay, 24 seconds left for white. Oh, he played rook c8. Rook c8, pinning the bishop. And now what happened after this? You just push the pawn, I guess. Yeah, you don't have to worry about this pawn. This tiny pawn on e2 is handling them both. And then you just keep pushing the pawn. And maybe not that much. Maybe you'd like to get your rook into play as well. Maybe like this, yeah. That is actually a very good idea. So here, oh, even this move, rook g5. Yeah, what about that? That looks very good. You cannot take it because this rook is hanging with a checkmate, and then you just put it on d5. I believe this is what's going to happen. He's reaching his rook. Where does it go? Rook g5. Yep. Still, according to our prediction, rook g5 is on the board. Yeah, I think this might be quite a reasonable position. Okay, I think I'd like to get back to Eric because they've been under time pressure as well. 1 move to go to the time control, and yeah, I don't think I can move the camera to his board because he's pretty far away from where the cameras are. But I think we left the position of the knight g2 here, and he took the pawn on c4, and after f4, knight check to e7, knight check again, knight check again, knight check again. Is this a draw offer? Okay, the game might have ended. Actually, let's see if we can still find him in the camera. Oh, they just shook hands. Yeah, they just shook hands and they agreed to a draw. I think it's quite a professional decision, judging that this position is not easy for both sides. And actually, one side or the other might think that their position is better, but actually this is a drawn position. This is a drawn position. Okay, so this has been fun. I don't know if I can get Eric to the studio or not. I told him that whenever he finishes and he feels like it, then he can always come in and analyze the game with us. This is such a tough fight. Yeah, this is such a tough fight. It was interesting at first because all his decision to attack on the king side, but I think he made one. I don't know. This is attacking position, but I think he made like one. Not positional. Yeah, positional mistake. Okay, takes here, and then takes here. Yeah, this h6. He might play a bit too fast, but oh no, actually he took 7 minutes for this one. But yeah, h6 is something to consider. I think this is going to be my question if he ever comes to our studio, and then I will ask like, did he consider h6? I'm sure he did, but if he did, then why didn't he play it? Like, what is his calculation? Why did he reject this idea? Because h6 looks nice. Yeah, you just want to break open. You keep breaking it open. You can take g5 at later point of the game. Like you can take it later. Like now, if takes this one, I think queen can come. Yeah, queen comes to h5, and this is going to be dangerous. How to protect this? King here, then knight c4, and maybe after this taking on, after all the capture on g5, you can just play knight e5, maybe. So what is going to happen? Queen c7 here, fg5, fg5, and knight g5. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. And if you took it with the other pawn, knight g5 still. Oh, look at this! Look at this! All attack on the king side. It's amazing. Yeah. I mean, if he was playing for a content, he should have gone to this line. Okay, so let's update ourselves on other games as well. Okay, this was fun. This was fun. I think he's gonna have a good recap for this round. Okay, let's come back to Hammer's game, and maybe I have to switch the camera back to him. Oh, because right now the camera is not on his side. Let's come back here. Let's see if I can find Hammer. Oh, I feel so powerful for having this control over all the cameras on the playing hall. There you go. We found him. We found Hammer. And this has been quite drawish, right? Yeah. And they already hit move 40, so they have 30 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, don't be fooled by this time because it's the 000 it says, but it will be another 30 minutes for both sides. And what about the game between Trygestad versus Bogner? The rooks are already off of the board. So after f6 here, rook d4, rook takes d4, bishop takes d4, g5, h3, f5, wow, bishop e3, g4, and okay, this is, I think you have to take it here. I mean, I don't understand why h5 or h4 is a better move than, or maybe it's the same. You just have to keep the barricade around your territory like that, so that the king on e8 cannot come and then attack some of the pawns. Okay. The game between Gretarsons versus Gaijin, yeah, unfortunately it looks like it's pretty bad for black right now. Not only is exchange down, but there are two passers, and the king on h8 is quite vulnerable. Although they already hit move 40 and now they're on 43rd move, it's almost GG for black. And what's just happening? Okay, rook c8, pinning the bishop. Yeah, it's just some technicality for them to win. And meanwhile, we have a draw in the first board between Hammer versus Daniel Fischer. Okay, so they agreed to draw. I mean, the position is quite drawish, it's quite equal anyway. So I mean, today is quite a day. I think I'm going to wrap it up now because it's getting late too. Yeah, so it's quite a day. I mean, with this exerted pairings, all the top seeds, they are having pretty tough oppositions too. And yeah, not easy. Like for the first board, Hammer drew against Fischer. Urkedal also won, but not without a tough fight. It was really, really tough fight by Mats Fastby Ellingson. And Kananen won against Safita. It was a pretty good conversion in Catalan, where Safita just unfortunately lost in the end game. There's still one game going on in the top boards. It's between Tryggesnot versus Bogner, which looks also like quite a drawish position. And there are some games of our friends who are not in top boards, but very interesting as well. Pia was not doing well. Let's see actually how she's doing here. Where is Pia? Okay, I found her. Oh yeah, she has an exchange up, but I mean, I think her opponent decided to do that because now white has superior position with two bishops and a passer on h6. So that's not gonna happen, yeah, unfortunately. Okay, so this might be also an upset, yeah, on the first round already. And I think her husband should be winning. Let me see if I can find. Okay, yeah, so we saw this position and then this happens, takes, okay, and then the rook is finally going, takes, and then here, and then here, and then okay, rook b6 is going to play, or even you can just take time to play king g2, king h3, and takes h4 anyway. That's pretty good. Okay, that's been really quite a day at the office. Hopefully everyone is enjoying it. So, and I promise you tomorrow is going to be a better day. We'll start everything on time, hopefully. And there will be more exciting games too, for sure. And yeah, thanks everyone for all the patience, for the last, how many hours have we been together? More than 4 hours. Yeah, more than 4 hours that I've been commentating for today's games. And there are a few upsets on the top boards, also on the lower boards as well. Tomorrow it's going to be even more interesting, so stay tuned with us. Thanks for watching once again, And don't forget, 17 p.m., as in 5 p.m. Norwegian time tomorrow, we'll come back on the second round of the Lichess Legends tournament. So thank you. I've been your host, Irene Sukandar. Thanks again for watching, and see you again tomorrow. Bye.